Please hold while I get set up.
As if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Conker, you have merely to follow the royalist trail across the Valkyrie. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Candlewood on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned. Where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
It's finished now, Otto, Cook is at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Alone.
I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Cook's head. I won't risk any more than I have to. I promise. The lands around the Fang call Cook his personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way?
Cook.
Ask for Zelda Dallen.
Cook.
Some corner of the desert. Who is she? An old associate of Sid's. An only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dallen Inn. We've heard nothing from him since he died. I'm thinking maybe if a new Sid, I'll be able to bring her back into the fold. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Please hold,
Don't
chat.
be so worried.
Please hold
Coming with me.
while I search for things.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge. You can count on us. All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
Finally, some desert music. Finally.
I was a young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
Trading post it is.
Our destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. I've been well
That
advised.
dune.
Too easy to lose one's bearings in the sand.
Dune. Beyond the ruins.
Many years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Bowling like a babe. Wait, no longer Sharky. No, just kidding. That's not official. It's not official color. It's not official Sharky.
There she is.
Ah.
Do you know,
All
this
right.
heat has given me quite a thirst. A drink before we press on?
Look there. Those are ashen steeds.
I do love them gauntlets.
And such a long ride from Stonehenge. I wonder if friends must be soothing
I'm
this
tempted.
sense
I feel the urge to work on one of my big paintings today. I'm trying to fight it because I want to really focus on the Zelda stuff, but there's a chance we might work on Rykard or Reynard the Fox. I don't know. I'm feeling the urge to take a day off and finish one of my big things. Yeah. How's everybody doing today?
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we
I do.
fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that then. And ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl.
Coming!
Your pal. Would you rather be my squire?
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on.
No.
Prince Theon has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. We must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
He got our guest.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin? Never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you.
You.
Uncle.
Sorry.
You.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads. We've got business in camp that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two.
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose. Friend. Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
Hey, artifacts. Thank you. Hey Ryan. Anytime after like noon or 1 or yeah. I got a hard out at like 3. So I gotta be out of here at 3. But yeah, anytime after like noon or 1.
You're trouble.
Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Ha 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 ha. Ho, 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 ho.
Now's our chance. Your Grace?
Perfect. I will see you then, my friend. Yeah, I don't know the standard for the sizes either, which is weird because I worked in miniatures for so long.
Well, you didn't know where to find Conker before. You do now.
The royalists said it themselves. Their guest is
They've closed the road. But it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem your Conker is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Though one could hardly.
What the cat dragged thee? Your skill with a blade is rare indeed. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the men of the rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord. To the Rock of Leisure, then. To the Rock of Leisure.
To the local leisure. To the local leisure.
Take a sniff, good sir.
Take a sniff, good sir.
Is this the place?
The bride's kiss.
So it was the young spring after all. So much for Rosina Delamil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Zelda
Riddle.
Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not harass
Ever done the aliens art?
anyone any
No.
longer than we need to.
No, I have not.
All right. Good luck, Uncle.
Closest I've done is a Metroid piece I'm working on.
Trouble in Talamil. Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them.
Please hold.
Either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
Please hold.
Juiciest meat. You wouldn't believe how much you ate there. What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Oh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the rock and the men of the rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis on an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven, the most fragrant herbs and spices.
Do you have a moment? Depends what for. Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that? Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang for one. The soldiers guarding the mother crystal and the shepherds need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men on the rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow. Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer. I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use. No trouble you back at the inn by now.
Wise to tell the truth.
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but
Thank you.
Yo.
Go and fetch him.
Will this suffice as a deposit?
As a friend.
Ruffian.
If I prove I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof.
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld. That's enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere. And pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then. Just as you arranged. And put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
That training popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner,
Popinjay.
far from prying eyes.
Perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
Aye. Guess I can count on your support if things turn sour.
Of course.
I need to drink.
Fucking marathon.
Why is the tavern shut?
Do I think Especially 3 being one of the highest games of all time on Metacritic is deserved or overhead recency bias? I think it's deserved. I think it cracked a puzzle that AAA game companies have been trying to crack for 20 years, which is how do we make a turn-based JRPG fun and exciting? How do we make it feel engaging like a Dark Souls game? How do we make it feel
I'll take it from here.
exciting? They figured that out. They actually did what those AAA companies couldn't do. They made a combat system that feels exciting, even though there's semi-random encounters and turns involved. It feels very like hold your breath.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming.
Feels like an action game or a fighting game, but it's a RPG.
Contribution.
It's great.
Stones I could scrape together in such short notice.
Some of the most unique art direction
500 talents.
I've ever seen.
That was the price we agreed upon. Yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the
It might be for Meat Bun.
Right this way, man.
Sharky. We haven't decided yet. They have to play it.
Not bad at all.
But I want it to be.
Lying about the clarity.
I've wanted to do like a Killian Eng piece for a while.
If I were to be stopped on the road,
Really, really focused on drawing
it would be seized
and scale.
by the Republic.
So if I do this, it's going to be a lot of drawing and a lot of blocked in color. It's not going to be a lot of rendering. It's going to look very Killian Eng, very Mobius if I do it.
No more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have shit
Yeah, his Fantasy Star case rules.
So they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such,
I wouldn't be surprised if Killian does an Expedition 33 piece. He's like perfect for it.
and now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Walud, we are duty bound not to interfere,
Walud.
no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots.
So it would seem. My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business.
I got in touch with Meat Bun through my good friend Dan DeSalt, who was working for Meat Bun for years. And when I was going through a tough time and needed some freelance, Dan stepped up and was like, "Yo, do you want to do a Bloodborne piece for this company?" And I was like, "What, are you kidding me? Like, absolutely." And then, yeah.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Ba-da-da-da-do. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-da. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Dum bum, ba-da-da-dum-da. It's over.
Well, that wasn't too bad. That's like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle seems particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
Oh. I have to step away
Witness your uncle's
momentarily.
transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly. Buying one's way into the confidence.
I gotta step away momentarily. I'll be right back.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the
I'll be
warriors.
right back, folks.
Now it's over.
I must step away.
It is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is. Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon. It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been courage to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
Double the... Ugh!
Here, wear this. Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubo.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed with Sid.
Omia lostelan. Tu isakelis.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive? So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold. Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
Is it true what I'm in?
The finest fabric!
The most fragrant herbs and
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Sweet incense!
Ha! They've opened the gate.
Lubo was true to his word.
We should get going soon. Do you have water?
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubo?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Talmeki and Walud are allies, and as you have seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. A man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest. I've lost one Sid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
Drake's Fang should be just beyond these springs. Shall we press on?
they'll be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert, you'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize. After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back. Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew. Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band. Till then, my boy.
Till then, go safely, Uncle.
Go safely, Uncle.
Nephew.
And you, nephew.
We have much to catch up on. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
I'm coming for you,
The beastnik part of the Brute army now. How the hell did that happen?
That is another friend of ours named Dave as well. It's the other Dave. He, I don't know, decided to move to Portland and become king of the hippies. I don't know. He didn't want to do anything with his life. He just kind of vanished. Got really into drinking and partying and fell off the face of the earth. I haven't talked to him in over 10 years. It's unfortunate. He had a lot of really good potential. Very funny guy. Good friend for a long time, but drinking and partying were the priority.
This must be the way out.
Hey, thanks, Rissel. Coloring is going to be a process on this. I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. It's going to be a bit of an experiment. Hmm?
By the flames. Come on, Toro.
What's my favorite thing to draw, and what's my favorite part of doing drawings? I like designing like thematic stuff. Like my favorite part of this is gonna be like working in all the little hidden dragons and things. I really like designing armor and weapons and putting thematic stuff into the armor and weapons. I really like doing book illustration stuff. Like this is one that isn't quite done yet, but I really enjoy stuff like this. I enjoy really detailed stuff. But yeah, like storybooky type stuff. I enjoy really meticulous detail. Like my favorite parts of this are like putting the wolf head into the crook, putting the wolf into the hat, like finding opportunities to like hide little thematic details and things. Same over here with like the rooster. I like hiding a little roost, like this dagger, making it an open rooster mouth. And like, I'm gonna do the same thing in the blade up here when I finish it. Hiding like, this guy makes like mead out of like honey. So hiding like honeybees in the armor and making it all about flowers and honey. Things like that. But yeah. This is the kind of stuff I like really enjoy doing. I like oh, I'll show you another one that it also isn't done, but you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? This one also is like exactly the kind of stuff I like doing. It's like very storybooky, but also hyper detailed. It's got all these almost like carvings, stuff like this. But yeah, it's not done yet, but it's very close. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff I really like doing. But anyway, hope that answers your question.
He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Toggle.
Come on, Toggle. Yeah, thank you. That's the kind of stuff I like. Pressure in my head's weird. Time for the worst part of the game. Because it plays Sonic the Hedgehog music. Not yet, but it will. It's such a bummer that the game's about to play Sonic the Hedgehog music. It's probably going to be a longer chainmail like that. Sonic the Hedgehog time. Worst part of the whole game. They were like, you know what? We get this great game with an amazing soundtrack, really adult themes, kind of Game of Thrones inspired, beautiful operatic soundtrack. You know what we really need is some rap rock. We really need some rap rock on this soundtrack. We need the character to skate around at high speeds like Sonic the Hedgehog while we play rap rock. The worst. Suddenly we're playing Sonic 06. Do, do, do. Do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Happy birthday to Spitboy. All I know is that this music sucks. Whatever you want to call it, it sucks. Yeah. Now this is Final Fantasy. Now this is Final Fantasy. Oh, hell yeah. It's so fucking sick. Fuck. Thank God it's not classy opera on theme with the rest of the game. Thank God it's this. I don't even want to know what the lyrics are. No one look it up. It's gonna be so fucking cringe. Fuck yeah. Am I right, guys? Fuck yeah. Final Fantasy. So fucking sick. Hell yeah, dude. This isn't a pussy ass video game. Sonic's not cool. He's too cool. Hell yeah. Oh my god, you know what's actually really funny? Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I didn't even realize this. Did we predict that scene in our Steve Lichman audiobook? I think when the summoner summons Ifrit in our audiobook, it plays butt rock. Hold on.
Chapter 14.
You kidding me? What's not cool-bladed rhythm did all around it ablaze? A demonic form began to emerge. Its wide, red shoulders and massive, wicked horns, encasing a body of totally ripped and ready muscles. Oh, I loved it. Hot yellow fangs protruded from his lips and a burning glow emanated from within his hot yellow eyes.
Oh no!
The skeleton screamed, fearing for his life.
A summoned monster!
Watch out for his amazing attacks, Stephen.
I am afraid.
The badass creature growled like a dog from the reddest parts of hell in a 13-year-old's math notebook.
And I am completely fucking awesome! Why have you summoned me this day?
Oh! The summoner lilted longingly, looking upon the ruby beast lovingly, to cast your entirely amazing and visually spectacular spell! These guys get it, listeners. Now we're having fun. Boom! I'm back in the boat. Count me in. RPG roots, baby.
Hell yeah!
The creature bellowed, its brimstone bod burning with a baneful and bursting blaze.
Inferno!
Leaping forth and creating a cyclone of flame, the magnetic maelstrom of the monster's muscles pulsed amidst the spiral of the scorching sizzle. Oh no! Mr. Fire makes this doubly effective!
Oh boy. Alright. Okay. Alright. Oh. Thanks, Josh.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the
Yes, it is, Jacobo. Depending what you're doing fan art of and how much you're posting and sharing it around.
Titan was strong. Your Majesty, but mythos is stronger. For 5 years that man lived only for revenge, clinging fast to a fiction even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Walud.
Hugo Kruger, a man who gave his life for a woman's head.
A fool like all the rest.
Oh boy. Will I ever come back to this someday, even though we canceled it mid-project? Possibly.
At the death of a mother crystal
There he is.
should be so beautiful.
There he is, being Odin. Being a cool Odin guy.
Some medicine, my lord? I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
Stop bothering me, urchin.
You must consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Daleks at bay, you may trust in your druids. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
Oh no, Steve Litchman's a comic that I do with my my best friend and creative partner, Dave Raposa.
And yet the Emperor
Yeah, Steve Litchman's our book.
For now, the Daleks suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope.
do I have the patience to finish such complicated pieces? I don't finish them. That's the problem. I work on them and work on them and work on them and work on them. But I rarely finish things. The last things I finished were my Elden Ring pieces for Meat Bun, which oh boy.
Terrence, yes, please. Already started.
Where are they?
What is it now?
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
These three were the last three that I really finished. We'll take a little. Oh boy. We'll trip down memory lane. Ooh, that black got cut in there. Whoops.
Do I address a ghost? Many have told me that I look like one.
Oof, that black.
But
That
I'm alive. Prince Dion of the house.
kill me.
I have a tale to tell.
Is there a difference in the background color I choose? I don't think so. I'm not sure what you mean, but I don't think so.
Clive, you're back. I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Cooker is no more.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're asking me, Artifacts.
All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sixth Place are smiling down at you right now.
We had a stories from you, boy, saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it.
It's good to be back.
Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto. Any word on the royalist movement since I've been away? Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian. Thank you. I will.
The conquering hero returns.
When do I decide if my background's gonna be black or white? Oh, I don't know. When I put color on, it becomes black. When I'm rendering grayscale, I usually keep it white. When I'm still in like the sketch phase, it's usually white, and when I graduate from the sketch phase into like finishing the piece, for these, not for all, but for these, I want them to feel like they're in the dungeon, so I want the background to be dark. When to decide when a piece is finished? If it's for a client, it's whenever they say it's due. If it's for me, I couldn't tell you. It's when I can look at it without being frustrated. I don't finish a lot of personal work. I just kind of work on it eternally. That's something I'm trying to be better about. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm trying really hard to be better about releasing work. No.
I have scoured my every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him with my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. But as it seems, you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
The bringer of death.
Whether the Uktana you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what they're in.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kuka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders then. Good. Start to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head though.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? Busy?
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kuka is dead.
I can't tell you. How long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning. After a new sin.
I'm going to get up and walk around for a minute and then come back, and I believe I will be talking with our good friend Ryan Gutierrez. Raggets.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
But first, I must stretch my legs.
You barely sat down since you came home.
Vivian got you running errands or something.
Just spreading the word.
So, Professor's got a soft side, has she? I never have guessed.
No. She was right there. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, well, you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing, or at least have all seen. We should tell him.
I will be right back.
I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal.
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for.
Only the fastest, finest ship
ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. The thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts mecking. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's Teats. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy, though. And I'll need help. Get Gavin-Otto in here, will you?
All right.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, hasn't she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword-grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand coat in the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with. You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these 2 lucky souls is going with you?
Otto, you're with me.
All right, then. Where do we find this Stardust, and how will we know it when we see it?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
And I'm guessing you'll be needing sack loads of the stuff. Might be worth our importers at the Dalimil Inn. I'll head down there. See about finding us a wagon.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
Yous two take care, eh? I'll go and see this supplier.
Just don't let the bastard fleece you, eh?
He wouldn't do that. He's He's Blackthorn's mate, isn't he?
Best of luck.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Otto? Otto, sorry I'm late.
Ah, Clive. I had a quick scout about, and I reckon this area's our best bet. Seems Blackthorn's the only one who thinks smithing with his Stardust stuff's a good idea. It's just lying here, waiting for any old fool to fill his boots.
But unlike any old fool, you thought to bring a wagon.
Well spotted. Now get filling.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me. That should be enough for now. Let's see how Otto's getting on.
How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
More than me. Put it all together and I can't see Blackthorn complaining. Much. Here, Clive. Do you fancy a walk?
Oh. Please hold. What he started. I'll be on for another couple hours. I think I'm going to be talking to Ryan in a moment. Two more hours, I think.
I was heading back, I reckon. Always scrabbling about in the sand's taking its toll on the old pins.
Pins.
You can take a well-earned rest when you get there. Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. But I'll make sure Blackthorn gets his precious black sand before I put my feet up. They'll only moan otherwise.
He'll only moan otherwise.
Right. Ready to go home, boy? Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs. Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Just for stardust, should be enough to be getting on with.
Enough to get out and about for walks. Still against the tiny.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Suppose.
Shout if you need anything. You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. One down, two to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins. I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
But we don't have to.
Sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there will give all details.
What's the name? Right.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood.
going on with you, gross girl? Oh. The problem with doing what? Nice. That's great. That's awesome. It's really awesome.
There you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back. Anybody home? This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
Bum 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 bum. They probably achieved their peak physique. They'll probably never look better than they do right now. And now you get their hand-me-downs because they've become a god.
The things I
Tueve.
The whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what to do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Hippocrates.
Terms? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him? See what he makes of it?
Makes of it. Makes of it.
Hippocrates. Do you have a moment?
For you, Clive, always.
Well, actually, it's for mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? What are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting, and Obelus complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as mildew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragon fire.
So if we could recreate it,
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection it requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need.
Mac it.
Do some help. Get some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I'm sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
those Pepio nuts?
Only just started.
Are those?
Somewhere amongst all these stores, so why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
Right.
Oh,
And some garlic. I'll find the other things we need.
Pepio.
Gate when we're finished.
Fresh cuts.
What can I interest you in today? I trust it's all here.
I don't touch anything.
Hey, that's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Hmm.
Garlic and Pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while? Thank you for asking me to help you today. Makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells?
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. Wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Sort of. Molly in the kitchen's told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in, but then I tried to slice the butcher's dry cured ham and it was just, oh,
You all right?
sorry. It's just, you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill.
No.
I should be.
No, Jill. No.
It's how our lives will be when our work is finally done.
No, Jill.
When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive. Well, I suppose we best be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will.
Take care,
You too.
Jill. Hmm.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance.
Any recent gym incidents? I fucked my arm up. I don't know if I lifted too much or what. But yeah, my arm is totally fucked.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? How do
What's
I
going
sound?
on? You sound good.
Awesome.
What's going on?
Oh, just setting up the stream here, and I had to run in because I'm running like a half hour late for
Oh,
my
it's
own
okay.
stream.
Yeah, it happens. Life happens.
My reasoning for it was there's this I've been drinking a lot of like raw milk, and it's been kind of curing my allergies. Like I'm pretty shocked by it.
Okay.
So I've gotten very diligent about making sure we have it in the house because I've noticed, because I used to be terribly allergic to cats.
Oh, okay.
And we live with a cat, and I'm having like no reactions. And the only thing I can think of is that in the past year, I started doing the raw milk thing, and it really changed stuff for me. So now I'm
That's
like,
good.
okay, got to make sure I have it around.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah, you don't want to feel those symptoms come back.
Because I was doing some research on it, and there's like a bunch of people who've talked about how they started doing the raw milk thing, and their allergies started going away. And I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah, you definitely want to have it on hand then.
But you know, it's a drive to get there.
How far away?
It's like 20 minutes from where I live, but it was further delayed because I had to stop by this comic shop to drop off the new orders for this guy who's selling my book.
Sure.
So, because I'm happy to. Oh man. Okay. First of all, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm good. No, continue. I'm good.
I have had a really wild 48 hours.
Tell me. Tell me everything.
Well, I set up my storefront for my comics on Shopify.
Excellent.
And then within 24 hours of that, I got I have an art dealer now who
hey, great.
works specifically with comic artists and selling their original pages.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He reached out to me and he's like, hey, I'd love to represent you. And he's like, here's a bunch of artists who I represent currently, and you can reach out to them for any kind of feedback, or what do you call it, like a character witness, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And they all three of the guys he gave me were like pretty famous Marvel artists, which is pretty shocking.
That's great.
And they all responded with like, oh yeah, he's the best, he's a good friend, and he's really good at his job, yada yada. Yeah, so
that's rad.
So, and right at the same time that happened, this all happened in like within a day or two of each other.
Mm-hmm.
I found out that all the comic shops that carry Black Marrow have sold out.
Hey, that's rad.
So it was a lot, and just like I think maybe that's one of the reasons this guy reached out to me, is because he's local, the art dealer,
sure.
And I suspect that maybe he finds out what's selling and what isn't, and he I think that's maybe why he wanted to represent me, because he's like, hey, if you
really great news, dude. That's really awesome.
Yeah, I'm thank you, man. I'm really happy about it. I needed something like that today,
Yeah, that's fantastic. I hope it keeps going. I hope it's a trend that persists.
Yeah, me too. That'd be nice.
It'd be fantastic.
How are things going over there, man?
I'm good. I fucked my arm up, and I'm trying to figure out if I like tore something or if it's the meds I'm on. I don't know, but I can't move it certain ways. It just seizes completely, and it's very weird. I don't know if I tore something or not. I don't even know how to check if that's what happened, but yeah, it's very, very weird. Feels strange. It's been a few weeks and it hasn't gone away, so I'm inclined to think it's some kind of weird injury. But yeah, that's about it. I'm just dealing with that, trying to get work done, getting ready for Memorial Day cookout. There's maybe a billion people here.
Hell yeah, that's gonna be.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry I can't be there, man. I
It's
really
okay,
am.
man. No, it's
It's
good. It's fine. I'll have you down for other stuff.
Yeah, that's the same. If anyone who doesn't know, that's the same as my Bachelor weekend.
Yep. But
So
yeah, just getting ready for that. How have you been?
it's been good, man. Like all that has been happen. It's a lot of. I mean, the wedding stuff seems to be. I hate to say that we're past the hardest parts because you never know. But yeah, we
Yeah.
got the caterer thing really worked out in a
Right.
way that was like shockingly good. Like,
That's really good
um,
to hear.
like I thought we went there and we liked the food and everything, but we were like, oh man, this is going to be, because this is a nice place, this is going to be like 7 grand or something.
Sure.
And so we were just waiting to get just destroyed on the estimate.
Hmm.
And he reached out to us and it was like less than half of that. He was like, oh yeah, it's like 3 grand. We were like, oh my god, that's so reasonable.
Oh, that's awesome. That's really awesome.
And that just completely melted like my anxiety about the whole thing.
Sure. Well, that's good. That's good. That's a huge weight off your shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get back to focusing on the stuff you actually want to focus on.
Yeah, that's really a part of it. Was like, you know how it is when you have life, I'm sure you know because you have a ton of life obligations you're dealing
Oh
with,
yeah, it's the worst.
where you're like, man, I'd really love a chance to just like do something that I enjoy.
Yeah, like I didn't realize how much I missed having a space to do like to just like enjoy something. I haven't done it in a very long time, but like I took a couple days off to just live inside Expedition 33, and I was like, oh man, I forgot how nice it is to just chill, just fucking. I don't have to be anywhere. I don't have to do anything. I'm just gonna play this game. I'm gonna draw when I feel like drawing. I'm just gonna like exist, just comfortably exist for a little bit here. And it's been
Yeah.
it was nice.
What's Expedition 33?
Expedition 33 is a technically indie turn-based JRPG a la the PlayStation classics like Final Fantasy VII, but it is a AAA production with modern graphics and voice acting, and Charlie Cox is one of the main characters, and
Oh, cool.
it has an incredibly strong visual art direction, and they finally cracked the code on how to make a turn-based JRPG feel as exciting as like a Dark Souls combat game, which is
I'm
a
interested in what you
tall
mean by that.
order, very, very tall order. And yeah, it's been selling like crazy. It's like the highest reviewed Metacritic RPG, I think, like besides like Baldur's Gate maybe, like ever. And it's been selling like crazy, which it was made by a team of 30 people.
Oh, that's
all-
so cool. I love that.
yeah, made by a team of 30 people that were all like ex Ubisoft people that were like, fuck this, we're gonna go do the thing they keep telling us we can't do, and it's just like smashing records right now, which is crazy.
It's almost like, Dan, and I know this is going to be wild, but
tell
it's
me.
almost like they should let creative people try.
What? No. I think they should make another 10 Assassin's Creed games. That's what I think they should do.
I want to
Clearly.
see another 10 Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
I want to see a new Assassin's Creed every month, frankly. I don't know why they're not doing it monthly
gonna.
releases.
You will.
You're going to.
You're going to. Your wishes are going to come true because that's all they know how to do. No,
Do
but
you-
it's
why
like,
do you
it's
think?
crazy.
Yeah, go ahead, please
No,
go
no,
on.
no. Finish what I think. What?
I was going to say, why do you think the industry has such a hard time allowing creative people to take necessary risks in order to make big money?
Because games are too expensive to make now. If you're a AAA game, it's billions of dollars to make your game. If you're going to make a game, it's too expensive, and all the decisions are made by boardrooms, and it is, even though doing the same thing over and over and over again saturates and is risky and leads to less sales, it is still a better bet for people that are financially minded to go, okay, this thing has a proven track record, let's just make more of that thing, as opposed to let's take a risk on an unknown. There's too much money being spent on game development for them to take the risk. They just won't do it because it's way too expensive. It's not the 90s where you could take 20 people at Nintendo and pump out 5 games a year. It's like games take 5 years to make now, and you have to pay a huge team of people to do it. And if the game doesn't make its money back, you dissolve the team and sell the studio. And it's like every single game could be the beginning or end of a person's career. Essentially, it's way too risky, way too expensive, way too little return on investment. So like everything gets basically pruned down into what is the safest thing we can do by those huge companies.
Why has it gotten so risky though? I guess I don't know much about the gaming industry, and I guess I'm a big ignorant to how it works. But like, it has sort of taken over media, hasn't it? Hasn't it become like the predominant form of entertainment?
It's become the predominant form of entertainment, but the problem is that 90% of people that are playing games are playing the same 5 games. It's like everybody's going to be playing like, the Call of Duty or the Fortnite or the whatever the like the top 5 things that come out. Like GTA 6 is going to have more people playing it than probably the other 20 games under it combined. Like,
Oh, sure.
the best selling video game Nintendo has is Mario Kart. It sells more than Zelda, it sells more than Smash Brothers, sells more than Mario, probably sells more than Mario and Zelda combined. Mario Kart is the cash cow. It's like lots of games are coming out, but the games people are actually playing
Yeah.
are like 1% of 1%. It's like so it's really really crazy. Like huge games with massive budgets will come out, and if they don't make their money back, like unless you're a major studio like Square Enix or something, and you can take a few hits and then pay for those hits on your successes. If you're like, starting out, or if you're like any kind of indie company, you're just fucked. If a game comes out and it underperforms, the only thing you can do is cut your staff down to make the money back on like, on what do you
Yeah.
call it? Yeah, human resource basically. You got to fire people. And like, you know, factor in also the other thing obviously is the stuff that happened during COVID. We're still having the effects of that on the game industry, where you take a few years where nobody's allowed to go outside. Video game sales went up like a massive, like multiple times percentages, like the best years video games have ever seen, because no one's allowed to go out and do anything. So what all the big companies did at the time, because it's all driven by short-term profits and not long-term wisdom, is they all upscaled their teams. They hired a ton of people. They greenlit a ton of projects that were, not in development, because they thought that high of what was going on during COVID was going to last forever. So it's like, okay, we got all this money and all this stuff we got to do. So, okay, greenlight everything, put a million things into production. Then when COVID ended and people stopped buying as many video games, it was too late, because all these things were already in development. So then you started seeing massive waves, because games take anywhere from 5 to 7 years to make now for a AAA game. So all these things that were started during COVID are now being canceled, or they're being released unfinished, or they're being released and nobody's buying them because they were made at a time when, the audience was 400% bigger, and now it's a quarter of what it was. And, they're releasing too many games. There's too many games coming out. People don't have enough time to play them. So they're going to choose the ones they recognize and choose the safe bets. It's going to be your Mario Karts. It's going to be your Call of Duties. It's going to be, things people have heard of. So, yeah, the games industry, it's in a really weird spot. The same thing happened with animation during COVID, which is what fucked me and Dave over, where, like, nobody could film on sets anymore. So they were like, okay, let's take all of our budget and we'll throw it into animated stuff, because we don't need to have people on set. There's no risk of like a COVID violation or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, they all greenlit all these animation projects, and then they all started coming out a few years later, because TV shows take years to make. And then they flooded the zone with animated stuff, and it was so oversaturated, nobody was watching it. They were just going to the things they knew, like Family Guy or Rick and Morty. So all these animation things bombed. So now even the term, like adult animated content, like The Simpsons or Family Guy, that's like cancerous now. Like nobody's buying that, because it burned them so bad after COVID. They overinvested in it so much that now it's like toxic. But yeah, anyway, long-winded answer, but that's what's going on with games.
No, it's okay. I mean, I asked a question that I knew had a multifaceted answer.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's wow.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. COVID was just COVID was like an interesting litmus test for how different industries would react to such a complicated problem.
Mm-hmm. And now, apparently, finally, not finally, like it's a good thing. It's not a good thing, but, since the 1990s, video games have been about $60 a piece, with the rare exception of, like, in the 90s, like, an occasional Squaresoft RPG would be like $80. Like Secret of Mana or Mario RPG was like $80. But like now, the industry is finally upping the prices on something they've been delaying for like 30 years. And like, video games are starting to cost $70. And then Nintendo came out with the Switch 2 reveal, and they were like, games are going to be $80, and the system's going to be like $500. And like, everybody's like, what's going on? And Bill Trinan and Doug Bowser from Nintendo came out and they were like, hey, listen, inflation and trade war. We make all these things in all these countries that are now tariffed, and we have to pass that on. So now, on top of people not buying enough games, and on top of so many games bombing, the price of those games is now going to go up. I don't know what the percentage is. What's the difference from 60 to 80? It's a pretty big jump. So, like,
Yeah.
we're in for a weird couple years because the market's essentially doing a thing it probably should have done 20 years ago, but it's doing it at a time where it's already shrinking. So it's really, really strange. I don't really know what's going to happen, but
Man. Yeah, I know that the comics industry right now is dealing with its own nonsense as a result of tariffs. I know that
yeah.
there's you ever hear of Ink Pulp Audio?
No, it's a cool name.
Yeah, it's good. It's it's for a comic. It's like a podcast with comic artists that come on, and you get like Sean Crystal and Matteo Scalera on there.
Oh, cool.
And they do like I think it's weekly, but it's great. And Sean Crystal was talking about how he has a Kickstarter I think he's getting ready to do, but like they have to adjust for the tariffs because a lot of it, the plan was to be printed in China.
Yeah.
And apparently, and I don't know because I haven't done a hardcover Kickstarter yet, but essentially it's probably similar to what you guys did, where they do, if they're doing a hardcover, they print some parts of it in China, they do some parts in the US, and then they assemble it.
Yeah. I think ours
Is that what
was
you guys
done.
did?
I think ours was done entirely in Shenzhen, but I know what you're talking about. There are some that combine them at different ports.
Yeah, which is like I cannot imagine dealing with that level of complexity. I'm like such a simple domestic.
Yeah.
Like,
I did see Backer Kit. We're a really good company we used on our second Kickstarter. They take a percentage of your gross, but they're really, really good software. Super, super good. And they operate as a storefront as well. So if people miss your Kickstarter, they can back your project after the fact. But
What's it called?
It's called Backer Kit.
Okay.
They're great, but they just whipped together in a matter of months. I don't know how they did it so quick. They whipped together a tool that they threw on BackerKit that is a real-time tariff calculator that shows you and your backers and your customers, here's your thing, and here's the adjusted cost, and here's what you need to plan for, and here's a forecast if that thing might change. And I think they're the only thing for like independent creators that has really factored all that stuff into one place as a tool you can use, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, that is awesome.
But yeah, so BackerKit's great. They've always been great. They take a percentage. It's worth it though. You can write off their fee on your taxes as an expense. But
yeah, that's
really,
cool.
really good.
So would you ever do a book with them? You think? It sounds like you would.
Oh, we use BackerKit for our second thing. It's a storefront. It's a software that plugs into Kickstarter. They download your like CSVs and all your data after your Kickstarter, and they get access to all the addresses and information of your customers. And then what happens is your customers are all invited, your backers are all invited to the BackerKit. And inside the BackerKit, they can manage their pledge, they can upgrade, they can add things from the store even after the Kickstarter's over. They can track the shipping process, like everything that you want as a customer is there for you to add. Like, where's the project at? When's it shipping? What's the status of my order? Do I want to add this thing I didn't add during the campaign? Like, all that stuff's there. And if you missed the campaign, there's a storefront that just has your Kickstarter perpetually active until you run out of stock. So you can just keep going. It's really, really
didn't
good
I
software.
know about this? I should have done this instead of doing the Shopify thing is fine, but like I feel like this would have been much simpler.
BackerKit's really, really good. It's a very powerful software. It's it's got lots of features that I wish Kickstarter default just had on its own, because the messaging and everything, like on Kickstarter, to like track down a person's info and update it and stuff, it's kind of a nightmare, or at least it used to be. I haven't used it in a couple years, but
yeah,
BackerKit is super, super easy. The biggest problem with Kickstarters, and BackerKit also has this problem to a lesser degree. The reason most people don't get their stuff on Kickstarter isn't because it doesn't ship, it's because they forget to fill out their survey. And if you don't fill out your survey after you back a project, there's technically no address for the thing to ship to. And if your creator is automating the shipment, it just never gets sent because your order is not what they call locked. Like when it's locked, it means everything's complete and it's ready to go. But if you don't fill out your survey, there's nothing for the software to lock you down with. So when everything goes out, there's nothing, like you're not on the list because it's waiting for you to fill out your thing.
Well, even if it's not automated, I actually, because with mine, it was just me doing the whole thing, and
Yeah.
the people that didn't fill out the backer survey, I have no way of sending them a copy at all.
Yeah, and
Like,
I
I couldn't-
can't tell you how many hundreds,
Oh, God.
possibly 1,000, maybe 1,000, but at least hundreds of emails I would get from people that are like, "You piece of shit," like another fucking Kickstarter that overpromised and didn't deliver. What the fuck? Like, I'm gonna leave a bad comment. I'm gonna report you guys. Like fuck you. And then I responded. I'm like, "Hey, you didn't fill out your survey, and I sent you 17 reminders." And it's not your fault you didn't see it, because the way Gmail works is it probably went to your spam folder. And like, even though we put an update on the campaign that says check for your survey, and even though we sent you 17 messages that says check your survey, I understand you didn't see it, but that's not us being, assholes or pieces of shit. It's just, an unfortunate reality of, you didn't see that you needed to do it, and we said, we couldn't send you reminders that would show up at a place you'd see them. But
Did you get apologies after the fact when you explained this to them? Or
usually,
okay.
some people know. Some people are just like, once they're an asshole, they can't admit that they were wrong because it's like a shame thing, so they just double and triple down. But all you can do is just be like, okay, yeah, I get it. I offered people refunds when that was the case. Be like, oh, okay, yeah, you can have your money back, whatever, I get it. But I always explain to them, like, hey, like this is not a thing that is our fault.
Yeah, it's just so strange to me that because Malka was next to me watching me deal with this after the campaign and being like, "Damn, there's like 8 people still." I know eight is like nothing in terms of inconvenience, but like there was like 8 or 9 people that hadn't filled it out yet, and I was sending them individual emails.
Yeah.
And they weren't answering, and she was like, "Why doesn't Kickstarter just do a thing where if you don't fill out the backer survey, it sends it to whatever the last address you used was, or like a default address?" Because she's like, it's pretty ridiculous that they put this on the creator to deal with this.
Yeah.
Because they're taking a percentage of your profit off this thing. They should offer something,
For
like
sure.
some kind of. And I was like, that's a damn good point. And then I put it in like a little recommendations thing, and I was like, I bet you that's never going to be read by a human being ever. But
I don't know. I would get responses. I reached out to Kickstarter a few times during our campaigns, and it took a few months, but I would get responses from them. They're not a big team. Like, they're just in New York doing their thing. They're not like Kickstarter's not like a massive company.
Oh no, yeah, I just mean the idea that they're gonna read a suggestion and actually implement it long term. It just feels highly unlikely.
Yeah.
But their customer service, I will say, for anyone, they are very good. Like, they were very responsive whenever I had a question. Within 24 hours, I got an answer, and it was always helpful. So they are great.
We had every possible thing go wrong with our first Kickstarter that could go wrong on the fulfillment end, and Kickstarter was very understanding of the whole thing. So,
that's cool.
Yeah, they're a good team. But BackerKit's really good. If anyone's thinking of doing a campaign, I would at least check it out, even if you don't go. That it's worth understanding what it offers. But I don't know. We made some money off BackerKit the first time we used them, which they were good sports about. They didn't get mad about it, so that was nice.
What do you mean you made some money off them?
The first time we used BackerKit on our second book, BackerKit was relatively new, and they were like, "Hey, we can guarantee, a 20% increase in your profits if you use BackerKit, according to our data." And I was like, "Well, if you can guarantee it, would you be willing to sign a contract that says if I don't make exactly 20%, I get to use your stuff for free?" And they were like, "Yeah, we're willing to do that." And I made 18%, so I didn't have to pay them their fee. But I got an extra 18% on top of my gross, but I didn't have to technically pay them, which felt shitty, but also, it wasn't 20%. I don't know. I don't think they're going to make that agreement with anyone anymore now that they're bigger, but that was back when they were still relatively new. But they were good sports about it. They were like, they could have made, a couple, tens of thousands of dollars off that technically, but they didn't push it. They honored the agreement, which was cool.
That is cool. I appreciate that. That's and now you have a good relationship with them that you can rely on in the future.
Yeah. No, I mean, their software is great. The thing is that it was worth the money, but I didn't know that at the time. They were new, and it seemed too good to be true. So, but yeah.
How is book 3 coming along?
The writing's essentially done. There's a couple little things we got to do at the end to account for changes we made midway. We want to make sure everything wraps up nicely. But very happy with the chapters. That some of the, I think me and Dave both think probably the strongest stuff we've done. Feel really good about it. We're kind of holding off on doing the art because the way me and Dave work is once we start the art, the book will be done in a couple months because we're gonna no life it. Like everything's gonna go back burner, and we're just gonna pump out 6 fully finished pages a day. He's gonna draw, I'm gonna color, and then we're just gonna do that for 60 to 90 days, and then the book will be done. And like that's just the way we kind of do this, but we want to time it in a way that we can release the book and do the Kickstarter while we're doing that. Or right at the end of doing that. We don't really know if we can right now because we don't know what the prices are going to be because of the trade stuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I was talking to a buddy the other day who's doing a bunch of work in Shenzhen, and there's product that was contracted over a year ago, sitting in containers in just lots in Shenzhen because nobody's willing to ship it because nobody knows what the fuck they're going to have to pay at the port when it gets here. So like, they don't even have space for storage over there now because so many things are sitting and waiting. So it's like, it's a really weird time. So we're just kind of throttling back on the book and sort of waiting to see where this all goes.
Damn, dude. Wow.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with, especially when you're sounds like you're ready to go on the art, and then you got all this crap.
We could have the book done. The book could be done and released by the end of the summer if we knew that things were going to be safe. We could have it printing and shipping in like September, October. But we don't know what the hell's going to be going on in September, October, so we can't. We just have to hold back. But yeah, that's that. So until then, I'm just painting Zelda monsters and playing Expedition 33.
Yeah, that's cool. That's pretty good use of time.
That's my life.
Something I forgot to mention, you just reminded me of it, is that I announced it on one of my streams recently to people who are, following my work. But you ever hear of Mystic Mind magazine? Mystic Mind, I should say.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
They're like kind of a heavy metal magazine. That's kind of their vibe. It's like science fiction, fantasy, anthology comics, pulp. I think they describe themselves as pulp. They reached out to me, and I'm actually going to be doing an exclusive preview of Knights of Camelot through them. Like,
okay.
Which I was wondering if it was like, I was thinking, I had to think it over because I was like, this is the first time people are going to see this. And they were like, they can only do like 2 or 3 pages of it, but they wanted to have me do the cover for the magazine and do like a preview, so people can get like an exclusive look at this new thing before 2025. Well, sorry, before the end of 2025 when it comes out. And I agreed to do it, and I think I made the right choice. I mean, no matter what, I'd want to do something with them, but they were down to do Knights of Camelot or a preview for the next Black Mirror book. They just wanted to have some kind of an exclusive that they could, point to. And I think I'm going to do Knights of Camelot because I think it's, if I'm aiming for a new audience that doesn't know me yet, it feels like it'd be good to do one that's that's also like completely outside of my sphere. Like, I don't know how many of those people even know me. So
sure, yeah, that makes sense.
But I'm excited about it.
What's your like timeline look like for Knights of Camelot, you think?
Well, right now I'm doing page 13, 12, 13 as we speak. And I think it's going to be similar to Black Mirror, where it's like an 84-page volume.
Okay.
Because I want to do like, there's going to be like 20 volumes of this. So I feel like I should probably work on a length that isn't too overwhelming. But
yeah, that makes sense.
I thought at first I was like, it'll be really cool if each book is like 200 pages. But then I was like, I don't know, for pacing, I think it might be better to do it like this so that the book doesn't come out like once every 4 years or something.
Well, you can always, go as you change direction as you go if you feel better about one way or the other. But I think that's probably a good mindset to be in right now.
Yeah, because you want to, also because I don't want to spend that much time on it and then have it not do well and be like, well, that was 2 years of my life,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so like I want to make sure that I want to see if there's even an interest in it. I feels like there is because people get really excited about it.
I think there will be.
Like I've been listening to so many. I had this guy on the Big Draw last week. This guy Tom Hotstadt. The reason I had him on, he has a novel marketing podcast, and the reason I had him on is because when I was listening to his podcast, like they were talking, they literally it was like it's as if they were addressing me personally. They were like, "Yeah, we really hope somebody does a new, a King Arthur, a story and like go back to the classic tale and stop, like just kind of do the story in a fairly straightforward way and get into the nitty gritty of the history of it, and instead of using it as a backdrop for another story." And I was like, me and Dan were just talking about this.
Yeah.
So I reached out to him. I was like, "Hey, you want to come on?" And I just feel like there's a lot of people that want this, so
Yeah.
it's a little more pressure because it's a character people know, and it's like I really hope people aren't like bothered by changes I make or whatever. But we'll see.
No, I think the character's been changed so many times in so many ways by so many people that you have some free reign.
I think so too. Yeah, but the time frame I'm looking at to answer your question is like let's see, what are we now? We're in May. I'm thinking maybe I think I want to do Christmas of 2025.
Okay. Yeah.
Because Black Mirror is gonna be probably October.
That makes
so
sense.
It's like a Halloween book, and then this feels appropriately as a Christmas book because it's
very Christian.
Yeah, yeah, because the
Holy
story
grails
is
and
like,
things.
yeah, it's very like Western history,
Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, I think I'm going to do that, and I'm hoping that doing a preview with these guys at Mystic Mind, that it's not too early to do a preview, because it's like many months before the book comes out, but
it's the same year. I think that's suitable for a preview.
Yeah, I think so. The guys from the editor there, he was really nice guy, and he's like, "Hey, listen, if nothing else, this will direct more people toward your work in general. They'll be following for when the book comes out." So, but he was a Black Mirror fan. That's why he reached out. He was like, "Yo, I love this book," and so that was cool. But yeah, that's the biggest news I have to report is that. But now I have to select. It's really hard because you have to I have 13 pages and I've like slaved over all of them, which is why the book is coming so slowly. And I have to pick like 2 of them for the magazine, and it's like I don't know if there's any 2 pages that without the context of the others works. So but
do a focus test in your roundtable Discord. Let people vote on which 2 to do.
It's a good idea. You know what? That's good. And before I do that, I should letter them because they so people can read the first 13. And the people who are on my Patreon, on my Discord, they should have that access. Like they've earned it.
I mean, it'll just give you a good because when you're working on something, you're often too close to it to be able to see it the way other people will. So like what you think might be the best 2 to submit might not be the 2 that people resonate with the most.
That's true.
So like I don't know, it might be good for even if you don't end up using the ones they suggest, it might be good just for perspective on how people see the ones you're going to submit.
Yeah, and I at least have a guiding light a little bit from the editor, because he was like, he said we really want to focus on the action. So like I was like, well, that's very good, because literally the first 13 pages are just a big battle scene. So really any of that works.
That's great.
But we'll see.
Yeah, it's good.
But it's exciting. It's nice. I never really had that offer before from any of the magazines, and I like Mystic Mind, so it's going to be cool to. But that King Arthur page that kind of looks like a Frazetta piece.
Mm-hmm.
They want that for their cover, and I was like,
that's great.
Hell yeah, that's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool to see that.
It's fantastic. Get to frame that.
Yeah, I should. Right, I should get it like when your dad frames your first paycheck.
Exactly. Yeah, you should frame it.
But I was watching Mad Men the other day, and it was the episode where. What's the name of the I can't believe I forgot his name. The Jewish character, the one who's really neurotic.
Oh, is it Ginsburg?
Ginsburg, yeah. He's like
really
he's brilliant. It's the episode, the really sad one, where he finally like cracks
has a
and
psychotic break.
Yeah, and it's like because of his repressed homosexuality.
Yeah.
And it's one of those episodes that's like the only times that I think that the show is objectively terrifying. You know what I mean? Because I think if you remember, it's like he's exposed to a computer, like those early 1960s computers, and it's like the computer in that episode is like this great it's kind of a weird barometer for how anxious people are about modernity.
Yes.
Yes,
it's a very good metaphor.
and it's like he's just like, oh, the computer is making me like men.
Yep.
He's like, I was looking at Stan's shoulders, and he's got these big, strong shoulders. He's like, and it was getting me excited, and I know that that's because the computer is making me a pervert or whatever he says. And it's like, oh my god,
Yep.
it's so sad. And then you rewatch the show, and I was like, oh, there's previous episodes where they kind of hint at the fact that he might be gay and just like has repressed it so much, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good character. He's not in the show for very long, but he leaves a big impact.
Yeah, he's there for like maybe 2-3 seasons at
Yeah.
most in the show, you know. But I missed when that episode happened when he like cuts off his own nipple and they carry him out on a stretcher. I was like, oh, he's just gone now. That's it. That's how his story ends. It's like that's really sad.
And of course, it's the '60s, so the way they treat mental health is very One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It's not.
Oh, yeah.
It just kind
And,
of
like-
carry them away and lock them up somewhere and leave them there.
Yeah. Well, did you ever see oh, there's one of those YouTube videos about it, but like the most horrific Victorian practices that lasted longer than you would think.
Familiar with? Yeah, those are. I mean, remember, John F. Kennedy's sister was lobotomized in like the what 60s, 50s.
Yeah, I think so.
Like some of those practices were surprisingly modern. Like most people's parents today remember some pretty wild shit that was commonplace.
Yeah, there was one. I mean, God, and it's like the further back you go, the worse it is.
Yeah.
You know, there was like a list of this. You ever hear of the tape library?
No.
It's cool. It's a YouTube channel where he reads like scary stories and stuff. And one of them, he just spends the whole thing talking about Victorian medicine because that's a really scary story. And he starts being like reading from a list of things that would get you put into a mental institution. And it's like some of them are. I mean, they're like darkly funny. It's like for masturbating too much, and then another one was for not masturbating at all.
Yeah, you gotta throttle it. You gotta get it right in the sweet spot. It's
Yeah.
it's like a fishing game in an RPG. You got to get it right in that zone, that perfect zone.
Otherwise they tie you to a chair and they stick a needle in your eye.
Yeah. Did you ever watch? There's a great show that only had 2 seasons called The Nick. Did you ever watch The Nick?
Oh yeah, with Clive Owen, right?
Oh my God, what a great show that deserved 10 fucking seasons. Holy shit, what a good show.
Yeah, yeah.
But I love the episode where he's like, well, my wife's crazy, so I guess I gotta pull all of her teeth out, because, you know, craziness lives in the teeth. And you're like, what? What? And like, these are like the most learned doctors in the world. They're like, well, you know, I better take some cocaine and then pull all my wife's teeth out. And you're like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah, it's great. It's so good.
It's really horrific, and it makes you realize like why so many weird scripts get written because of how many writers are on cocaine.
I love what is the opening scene of that? His mentor causing an ether explosion and killing himself. I think that's like the opening scene of the whole show.
Yeah, isn't that how the first episode starts?
Yeah. It's just man, what a good show. Man.
There's so many good scenes. Remember the scene where where he's trying to like I think he's performing a surgery and at the same time there's like a riot happening in the street and it's like bleeding into the hospital, so they keep having to move the patient from room to room.
Yep. And then oh my God, the scene spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen it, the scene that it ends on, because there was no season 3, is a true story about a real surgeon in New York who performed self-surgery on his own fucking intestine by giving himself an epidural so he couldn't feel anything below a certain point in his spine, and then setting up a bunch of mirrors in an operating theater, and then cutting himself open and trying to do surgery on his own intestine. And it's fucking gnarly. The fact that it happened is even more gnarly. But
how'd that end? Did that guy survive?
I'm pretty sure the guy in real life died. I have to look it up. I know it happened. I think he did die, and I think the assumption was that Clive Owen was going to die in the show, maybe, but I don't know because they never wrapped it up.
I don't remember how it ends with his character before they got canceled.
They wrap up the plot with the girl, the love interest, in a very funny way that I don't think a lot of people really caught, where she's like, you know what? All this crazy stuff in New York has me stressed, and, you know, I'm in this relationship that's toxic, and, you know, my father wants to send me away on a vacation to get things in order. Do you remember how this ends?
No, remind me, please.
Oh, she gets on a boat that was commissioned recently by the White Star Line.
Uh-oh.
And then you're like, oh, let me check the dates that this. Oh no, yeah. And you're like,
oh yeah, whoopsies.
But yeah.
Man,
Let's
that's
see.
a bummer.
Question from Eric, Dan, and Ryan: if corporate freelance opportunities are drying up due to COVID restructuring and corporate mergers, and independent work is drying up due to tariffs, what action plan do you recommend? Make your own stuff. Make your own stuff. Write your own story. Make your own comics. Make your own fine art. Sell prints. Start your own company if you have friends and you all want to work on a similar thing. Make your own stuff. You can't fire yourself. This is the perfect time to invest in yourself because everything else is very unreliable at the moment. So if there's a thing you've been too scared to do, you've been waiting for the universe to tell you now's the time, this is the universe telling you now's the time. So
the universe is Dan's voice
true.
on your computer telling you now's the time.
All those jobs still exist. They're just much harder to get right now. But now, if you've been waiting for a time to do a project, now is the time to do the project.
Yeah, so I second what Dan says completely. Like right now, I'm having maybe the best time I've ever had in my career, and I'm doing less freelance client work and more of my own stuff than I've ever done.
Yep.
And granted, not everybody's going to have the same trajectory. And granted, it also took me a while to get here. But man, like, it has never been a better time to build up a fan base using social media. And also, okay, one thing that I would love to point out to people, because it was pointed out to me, is that social media isn't really social media anymore. It's just media. So it's like if you approach social media as your your avenue to get more people's eyes on your stuff, it really, it's like there's no end to what you can do with creativity and just a little bit of time, or a lot of time really. But like, I just learned how to edit videos using DaVinci Resolve, and I've been making ads for my comics using videos, and it's like getting me a few sales here and there, and it's and it's free. I haven't spent a dime on DaVinci Resolve so far.
That's
so
awesome.
Like I just feel like people I understand that especially for artists who are coming up, there's this like, it's like a paralysis, like everything happening kind of serves as like a paralytic, the anxiety. But like, honestly, guys, people really want to see good stuff.
Yep.
So just make it. And even if you're crap in the beginning, people will enjoy watching you get better.
Yes, they will. Trust me, that was my entire career, was starting from a place of not being good and just streaming constantly and building up other friends who were in a place they weren't happy with and building a little team. Like don't ever short sell being honest with where you're at, because everybody else has been there or is currently there.
Yeah. Although, for frame of reference, Dan doesn't think he's that good right now, which is
true.
Like,
because I'm not. But
I thought you were going to say because I'm nuts. And I was
we'll get there someday. Someday, if I paint enough Zelda monsters, I'll become good.
I wish I could like lend you some of my delusional confidence. You could just try it on for a bit.
That'd be nice. It'd be very nice.
But you've been operating at like at a very self-deprecating level for a long time, that it might also be dangerous for you to suddenly get really confident. Like
I just have like an unmitigated level of imposter syndrome just from like how I was raised and stuff as a kid, and like, I don't think I'm ever gonna shake it. So it's like it's just kind of there. Like I've just kind of accepted it. I don't think it's, I'm just trying to work in spite of it at this point. But
sure, yeah. I mean, so I'm not immune to that. Like I actually go through that too. I just think for me, it's kind of like it happens in bouts and then I shake it off.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what it's like for a lot of people.
I have noticed, this probably isn't healthy, but it's just the truth of like my brain. I don't know if other people relate to this. If I don't paint a certain number of hours, if I don't work a certain number of creative hours a week, I will start to go into a major depression spiral. And getting out of those is borderline impossible for me.
Wow.
So like if I'm not doing something creative, like streaming's been a good hack, because if I'm on my own, I may or may not, I might get frustrated with something and just stop or be lazy or waste time. Streaming's been a good hack to keep me accountable with getting a little bit of work done every day, if not a lot of work done every day. But like I have noticed that for me a big trigger for depression stuff is feeling like I'm not moving in a direction or not getting anything done in a certain way. So like,
Well,
yeah, it's weird. I like have to, even if I don't release the work, like a lot of my stuff's unfinished and I haven't posted it. I just, if I'm doing the work, I tend to feel better. It's very weird. I don't know if anyone can relate to that.
you mean like relate to which part? Feeling like it's almost like, would you say that the depression comes from a feeling like you're no longer useful because you're not producing?
It's sort of like a mental version of going to the gym in a weird way. Like I feel
No,
like
that's yeah.
it's like a brain atrophy where I just feel like sluggish and awful and gross and like it's weird. It's like a combination of mental going to the gym and like mental constipation where it's like I'm not getting anything out and it starts to make you feel like I don't know, like the weight of the things that you're not doing start to become what is it, inertia? Like the opposite of momentum, where like if you sit still
Yeah.
for too long, it's harder to start moving. And it's like, yeah, that weird creative inertia starts to pile up, and it's like, well, now there's too much to do, so what's the point? Because I'll never get any of it done. And then it turns into this weird apathy spiral of like, there's no point in doing it. So like, the reverse is if I just force myself to do stuff, even if I'm not finishing a ton of it, at least at night or like when I stop working for the day, it feels like, okay, I'm in a good place. I did everything I could do. Like, it's like this peace of mind that I can only get from doing that, which is strange. But
Do you think that could be replaced with some other form of work, or do you think it has to be certain types of work that give you that feeling?
it has to be work that's fulfilling. If it's not, like, the only other sensation, I mean, the only other work I've done that has that sensation is the writing for the TV show and the books.
Yeah.
Like, I think it has to be some kind of creative work. But yeah, it's weird. I've noticed that it's connected to a lot of like it's weird finding like depression triggers for anyone who has that. It's weird figuring out what causes it and what can short circuit it and get around it.
Yeah, I would imagine it's kind of like you have to. It sounds like you kind of have to sleuth it a little bit. You have to like figure out what the problem is, and then you have to like try to come up with solutions over time.
Yeah,
And
you gotta look
like
for
you have to,
patterns.
you're kind of like in a conflict with your own consciousness a little bit.
Yep, it's very weird figuring it out, but it's good once you know, because then you like have like a weird like roadmap to how to like trick your brain into having okay days. But yeah, nothing's worse than feeling like I wasted a whole day. That's like the worst feeling of being like, oh, I did nothing. But it's also you have to rewire your brain to think that some things that you might have used to think were a waste of time aren't actually a waste of time. Like
Yeah, yeah,
cooking your own meals or playing a video game once every couple months that you're really looking forward to. Like it's it's like tending the garden in a weird way. Like you have to sometimes harvest and sometimes you have to plant things, and like you gotta have creative inputs to get creative outputs, and that.
yeah. And also like seeing quote unquote like productivity in work in
Yeah,
other parts of your life. Like I'm changing my habits, like now that we're getting married and stuff. It's just like I've been like, well, I got to make sure I go for the things I really want. So that means after client work is done, I got to work a few more hours at night,
yeah,
um, but then there's some nights where it's like, okay, wait a minute, like I'm marrying this person, so like a part of the productive work of my life is like managing that relationship and making sure we have
yes,
time together, you
yeah,
know? So then it's like, all right, I'm going to shave an hour off of the end of my workday and just sit with her, even if it means we're watching a show or reading books together or just like spooning,
yeah,
even just sitting there
yeah,
feeling the heat of of your wife's body just next to you. It's like
yeah,
you need to do that. When people get weird when they don't do it, you start to resent each other because then the only time we're talking is the next morning when we have a bunch of obligations for the wedding that we're talking about.
yeah,
And then you just feel like she's like a business partner, and it's like that's not a way you want to feel about the person you're marrying. Is like we
yeah.
only talk and we have to pick shit out from like so
It's ultimately just a reflection of like everything you do is a choice, and people can't help but feel that if you're not, if you're choosing to work, like you're choosing it over them, which isn't necessarily always true. Sometimes it's just a necessity, but there's a very human aspect of like feeling like, oh, you're choosing to work over me. Working is more fun than being with me, and
yeah.
people can get a weird gut reaction to that sometimes. That's very very human feeling. Doesn't, even if it's not necessarily true, it's something that a lot of people can't help but feel.
Yeah, yeah, we've definitely had those talks where, you know, early in our relationship when she was getting used to how much I worked, you know.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, listen, like this is for you. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like if someday when I'm earning enough royalties off this that I can take days off at a time and not have to do as much work, like that's going to be something you'll benefit from. Like if I do well enough with this stuff that I can support you for 6 months, and you could start your private practice. You don't have to work at a health clinic
Right.
anymore, and you can take your own patients out of your house. Like you can do that whenever you know,
Yeah.
like that's the stuff I want to do. And it's like, you know, that was a talk we had to have after we moved in together because we were seeing each other for years before we finally moved in together. And then once we started living together, she was like, "Holy shit! I did not realize how many hours you spent at that desk drawing." She's like, "I thought,
Yeah.
yeah, because people, you know how you, I'm sure you
I've
know what that's like."
been there in relationships. Definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where they see you and they're like, "Wow, this is like a lot of time spent in a fictional world drawing," and you're like,
Hmm.
"Yeah, that's what it takes."
It's also like weird because I don't know, there's a weird privilege of doing art for a living or any creative stuff for a living where for a lot of people like the work is also a form of like self-care where like it helps you to do the work like it's a necessary thing for you to do to feel good and like
Yep.
it's very weird to tie that into it being your job because overworking is a real thing and like stressing
Mhm.
yourself out with overworking is a weird thing. So it's sort of like being addicted to oxygen. Like technically everybody is, but without it you're gonna die. It's like you have to
Yeah.
work, but the work is also kind of your like recess. Like work is also your escape when you do creative stuff because you enjoy it. So like finding limits on it's like finding limits to that is really difficult because you inherently enjoy it. You want to keep doing it, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, I mean, someone was just saying today in something I was listening to that uh, making art for a lot of people, it's not occupation, it's compulsion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like you earn an income, but really it's compulsion because if
Yeah,
nobody was paying you, you'd still be doing it.
you'd
And
still be
it's
doing
like,
it. Yeah.
that's definitely true because there was a long time where I wasn't making anything and I was still doing it. And I probably would be more financially stable now at the tail end of my 30s if I had done something else, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's only so much of it's a choice versus like a calling in a weird way.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I have also noticed in the last year taking fitness more seriously. Like I forgot what it felt like to have ideas, which sounds stupid, but like I only really get ideas I'm excited about after I work out for maybe an hour straight, or like all the weird like it's sort of like taking the rind off a fruit and having the fruit underneath it. I didn't realize how much stress was like surrounding, like swaddling me and almost suffocating my brain. And like once you've worked out for like if you do something aerobic like swimming or something for like an hour, your brain gets into this weird autopilot state where most of the stress has like melted away and you go into this weird I forgot what it felt like to have a brain that wasn't like thinking about things because like once you beat those things out of you and
Mm-hmm.
there's not much left, your brain starts to like take a breath again and be like, oh, like you start feeling creative and like having stuff like I have to write stuff down. I keep my phone with me when I swim at the end of the pool and I stop every couple laps and write things down because my day to day is just like I got to finish this thing. It's about finishing, finishing, finishing. I don't really have a ton of ideas. It's just about get the task done. And like, man,
Yeah.
it's crazy how many ideas I have when I do my swims. It's nuts. Like I totally forgot what that felt like.
Yeah, it's like the endorphin release from
Yeah,
exercise. People, it's funny. It's like so many of the things that people think are distinct really aren't. Like you know, the boost you get in your physical health makes you better at coming up with ideas. It's not like you're choosing one over the other. It's just like
right.
everything is connected, you know? I find, I don't know if you experience this, I'm sure you do, but like when I don't sleep well, which is like
Mm,
20% of the time these days, if I have a
mm-hmm.
bad night where I don't sleep as much, I'm not really super like idea rich the next day. I'm usually pretty like, if I can get work done, it's going to be mostly like execution, you know?
Yeah, those are the days. If I have a really bad night's sleep, this happened to me last week. If I have a really bad night's sleep, those are usually the days where I'm like, okay, what chores do I have to get done? Because painting is going to be basically impossible today.
Yeah.
I'm just going to
Yeah,
be
no.
pushing pixels around and not really getting anything done if I paint. So those are the days where I'm like, okay, do I have to go grocery shopping? Do I have to clean the house? Like, I'm gonna do those things because it doesn't require any fuel.
Yeah, and you would think it'd be the opposite, right? You'd be getting
Mm.
less done, but in reality, it's like those things don't require. You can do that on autopilot.
Yeah, yeah, I can zone out and do dishes. I don't need to like. But yeah, if I get bad sleep, my day's essentially just fucked. It's like because I can't take a nap or my sleep schedule is gonna be screwed. So you just have to
Yeah.
kind of take the hit and hopefully tire yourself out enough that you get a good night's sleep the next night. But those are really, man, I'd say that's probably the weirdest thing that I didn't understand is how it's so obvious to say it, but like just how important good sleep is, and how many people don't get it, and like just you don't understand it until it's good. Like once your sleep's good, if it hasn't been for a long time, it's almost impossible to describe the feeling. It's so crazy because you just think it's normal if your sleep's bad all the time. You're like, oh, I guess life just sucks a lot. Like suddenly you get good sleep and you're like, oh, hold on, I didn't even know I could feel this good. Like this is crazy, but
Yeah, yeah. It's wow, I'm sorry you guys keep seeing these emails pop up. My editor is sending me a bunch of corrections he wants for this thing. But sorry. Yeah, no, it's definitely true. I feel like a lot of people in the modern world take sleep for granted,
yeah.
especially because of the screen addiction and all that stuff. But
Mhm.
I have friends who are like playing a video game at 2 a.m. and looking directly into the blue light of a screen, and then he's like, "Yeah, I don't feel good in the mornings." And it's like, bro, what
Yes,
are you
of course you
doing?
don't.
Like,
Of course you don't.
it's
Yeah,
terrible.
yeah, it's wild. It's wild
Um,
how important it is and how much it can fuck with your whole day.
yeah, yeah. I think it's like one of the main. I mean, it's one of the biggest health epidemics we face in the modern world is like how much people aren't sleeping.
Yeah, it's
But
nuts.
that's why when I was researching stuff for this for really everything I work on, but the stuff about like the way people slept in the Middle Ages is really cool. It's
Oh
like
yeah, waking up in the middle of the night, going around,
yeah,
hanging
like
out with people, having a meal, going back to bed.
yeah, the second sleep, right? The
Second
first
sleep.
sleep and it's like this is according to what they were saying about it. This is actually the way human beings are designed to sleep.
Yeah, makes sense.
Like and like we just don't do it anymore. But we are supposed to technically have 4 hours and then another three, and with a break in the middle,
It's so
where we
funny.
get up. You were supposed to walk around, eat, talk to people, socialize. He said people would often have sex and then they would go back to bed. Um, like that's where most medieval sex happened. Apparently, was between the first and second sleep.
Yeah, because hormonally, guys peak testosterone is when they wake up. So if you're waking up,
Yep.
yeah, if you're waking up twice, that makes sense. Yeah,
That's like
interesting.
twice the horny.
It's true, like literally, like yes.
I mean, even when you like the whole thing of waking up and you're like ready to go, even if you wake up in the middle of the night, it's still there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's great.
The second sleep thing is very funny because the funniest part of that for me, the medieval second sleep thing, is that there were businesses that would only operate during the hours of the second sleep, like wake up period.
Yeah.
There'd be like weird little bars and cafes and things that would only be open from like, I don't know, like midnight to 3 in the morning, and then they'd close up shop again. It's so funny to think about that.
Yeah, what kind of shop do you think you would have between the first and second sleep?
Ooh, man, I'm automatically my brain's going to like old timey England. This is happening in, so I'd be like selling popovers with gravy, and like that's it. Come get a popover. I don't know. It would be some
That's
weird
great.
little very specific snack shop.
Well, let me ask a follow-up question to that. If you lived in that time, what do you think your occupation would be?
I'd be one of the people working on the cathedral that I would never see finished because they take 400 years to make. I'd be like carving gargoyles for some project that I would never see the completion of.
Yeah, I can see that definitely.
Yeah,
You'd be okay
100%.
getting up on that ladder though?
Yeah,
Because
I
I
mean,
would not.
it's either the ladder or the plague. Something's gonna kill me in that time period. I'll take the ladder. It's whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh
die.
man.
I'm gonna live till 30 in this time period statistically. So like.
Well, okay, so that's interesting. There's this misnomer that people died but in reality, it was that there was just a high rate of infant mortality, and then
Oh right, I have heard that it's I always thought it was because of all the plagues and the sickness, but right, they're doing
yeah,
an average by adding all the dead babies.
yeah, which I didn't know until I was like 35 years old. I did not know that.
I have heard that. I didn't know if that was actually true.
Yeah, even the height thing, like how everybody was like, oh, people were so tiny back then. It's like, well, they were taking an average because
Yes.
you had a lot of people that were like kind of malnourished and tiny, then you had a lot of people that were like generally like tall, big, strong, whatever, based on their advantages in life or their
Right.
access to protein or whatever.
It's one of my
But,
favorite one of my favorite things in Elden Ring is the enemies that are just randomly very small, but they're human. They're like regular adult proportioned. So like when they're running towards you, I'm like, oh, that guy's, when he gets close to me, I'm gonna parry, and then they'd hit me and be like, oh, he's just small. It's not perspective. He's just tiny. There's like I forget what they're called. They're like minikins or something, like weird little short dudes with like scythes that jump around. But
yeah, they're always waiting for you in the forest. And like,
yeah, exactly.
They're like little bandits. First of all, I find them very fun to fight.
Yeah, they're great.
They're just like I generally in those games I prefer the humanoid enemies. I find them more fun to go up against. I know that most of the bosses are like giant creatures, and like I find for some reason I often find those fights a little bit less memorable. I mean, in terms of design, they're super memorable, but in terms of like the mechanics of it, I feel like I find a lot of satisfaction from fighting an invader per se.
Yeah, that's why Dark Souls 2, one of the things they thought they were doing correctly that kind of backfired was like everybody's feedback on Dark Souls 1 was like the best fights are Ornstein and Smo and Artorias. So they were like, okay, let's do like way more fights against like knights. Let's do like a ton of like human versus human things. And I personally like Dark Souls 2 a lot. A lot of people hate it, but yeah, I think their focus testing agreed that most people have the most fun with the duels, where like it's kind of a not a level playing field, but like you can see the telegraphing of what's coming better because it's another person.
Yeah, and also I think it's just humans. I think we're generally drawn toward that type of action. We like to see combat between people that are. I think just because we're just human animals. It's like. Even in like I think it's one of the reasons the big CGI shitfests of movies where you're just watching like everything giant that gets old a lot faster than like watching some aspects of like a martial arts film where it's like you can The Raid. I don't know if you've ever seen The Raid.
Oh yeah, the classic. Yeah,
it's like I some of those. I mean I can get tired of a lot of action in a movie, but like. I never got sick of that movie because it was so creative and it's so endless what you can do when you just have like people, being, physical and creative. And I was like, I was more interested in this than in so many movies that just have like, here's a $50 million giant thing, with a sky beam.
If I watch like an Avengers final fight movie against a ton of monsters that aren't people, my eyes just gloss over after like the first time I've seen it. If I watch it on repeat, I just zone out because I just don't care. Whereas I can't tell you how hyped I get every single time I watch Kill Bill and she fights the Crazy 88 and then Oranishi at the end. When it plays that fucking incredible cover of Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood and they have their fucking samurai sword battle. Oh,
it's great.
Oh, every single time. I've seen that movie 6,000 times.
And something about the way it's directed is that even though you think the movements by heart, I always find that there's parts of it that'll surprise me. And I'm like, oh, right, this is where she does that, Yeah, that's that movie. And I know that, I don't know, some people are going to find this funny. I guess because I'm a basic bitch, but those are by far my favorite Tarantino movies, honestly.
I love
Kill Bill. People love like to talk about Reservoir Dogs. It's like, I saw it once. It was good. I mean, it's not my cup of tea. Kill Bill.
It's not mine either. Reservoir Dogs is a great movie. I don't need to ever watch it again. Kill Bill, I could watch every day, and I will never get tired of it.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
Kill Bill is just the perfect balance of like good story, great acting, doesn't overstay its welcome, tons of variety. Like no two fights in that movie feel the same. All of her opponents are super unique. Switches up the style and the camera work and the color, and even like at one point it becomes animation. And it's like, it's just, amazing. There's so much variety. And like, man, I don't know. It's crazy. It feels almost like a video game in terms of like the structure of the levels. Like, okay, now we're going to go in here and we're going to fight 88 guys. And then there's a boss. It feels like a bunch of boss fights.
Mm-hmm.
and like the grunts before you get to the boss. It's very video gamey, but yeah, it's the perfect blend of like you're invested enough in a real motivation for a character that you can take the action seriously and it feels like there's stakes. You're rooting for her. And it's just silly enough and over the top enough that it's boring. It's not boring and it doesn't break your immersion. It's like constantly exciting, but it doesn't go so far that you go, oh, this is like a Fantasyland fairy tale. Like it always feels real. Feels like she could die. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
great.
It never gets to a point where there's no danger, and I think, someone, Tarantino himself has talked about this, how people have, oh, his movies are so violent, and he's like, there's actually way more violent movies. He's like, but the reason people feel it more with my movies is because I make the violence feel dangerous, and
Yeah.
like that, because like Reservoir, or the context of the violence is more upsetting rather than, because like
Yeah.
Reservoir Dogs has that cop stuck to the chair and
Mm-hmm.
gets his ear cut off, and he's like, there's movies where people's heads get cut off. He's like,
Yep.
but they're not on trial. He's like, I am, because I made you upset by the scene.
Yes.
And it's true. Like I watched that movie when I was like 16, and I was like, oh, this is so horrific. Like because they go out of their way to show you that the cop is just some innocent guy who's just like on his first day at the job,
Mm-hmm.
And
Do you think they'll
yeah.
make Kill Bill Volume 3? Is it canceled? The kid is old enough to do the role now. I don't think they will, because I think Uma Thurman has said she won't work with Tarantino again because of the Harvey Weinstein stuff. I could be making that up. I'm pretty sure Uma Thurman told I'm pretty sure Uma Thurman told Quentin Tarantino about Harvey Weinstein, and Quentin Tarantino said that there was nothing he could do about it, or something like that. Like, like I know he's a bad guy, but like without Miramax, my movies can't get made, and I think there's a weird rift because of that.
I didn't know about that.
I could be wrong, but I know that Uma Thurman has a very, very serious hate for Harvey for obvious reasons, and I know that her and Tarantino had a falling out because of it. I don't know the specifics past that point, but yeah, there's something there if you want to look into it.
I also know that there was some instance where there's a scene where she's driving in the last Kill Bill movie.
Yeah.
And she had said that she actually had a pretty bad injury because the car had done something during that scene, like she hurt her neck.
Oof.
And she blamed, Quentin Tarantino for it, saying that he had encouraged her to like drive the car as fast as she could. And
yeah.
And then he was like, publicly was like, I actually told her many times that if she wasn't comfortable, she shouldn't do it. And then people who worked on the movie came forward and they were like, yeah, Quentin told her, like, if you don't want to do this, don't do it. But he's like, that's what I want. So now it's like, that's a rift. How do you even fix that, where you're both accusing each other of lying, essentially? And they dated for a long time, I believe.
Yeah.
Maybe a short time. But
it's such a bummer, because her daughter, who's in Stranger Things, is the perfect age to play the kid from Kill Bill grown up, and also the little girl whose mother she killed. Can't remember her name. Was it Cottonmouth? The one she shoots in the kitchen with the cereal.
I think it's Cottonmouth. Yeah. The one who believes she should have been Black Mamba.
Yes. That the little girl is the right age to go and try and kill Uma Thurman. It would be great if they could do it, but I also think Tarantino said he's only doing one more movie or two more movies. He said he's only going to do 10, right? And The Hateful Eight was the 8th film, so I think there's one after that was Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think his next film is his final film.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a little weird to quit when you're like still at the peak of your career.
Yeah.
But he was on Bill Maher recently, and Bill Maher was like, "Don't quit." He's like, without you, it's just there's nothing left. There's like very few filmmakers. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, there's some of Tarantino's stuff I like. As I've gotten older, and I started watching some of the westerns that inspired him, I realized how Tarantino is a little bit, I don't want to say overrated, but it's like he's a little bit hyped up as if he created a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know actually were created.
He's the king. He's the king of remixing. He's a remix artist for cinema. He will take the best bits of a ton of westerns and samurai movies you've never seen, and he will incorporate them into a new thing that's made up of a bunch of unoriginal parts. Like, he is the king of remixing, and
that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
But yeah, he's also on this. I don't know. He's on this. His most recent films, he's on this interesting bend of historical revisionism, where it's like, the twist in *Inglourious Bastards* is that we did kill Hitler, we assassinated him, and that's how the movie ends. And it's like, well, that's not true. And then in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, he kills the Manson family, and the people that they killed get to live, and it's like I don't know what I don't know if the final movie is going to play into that, but he's doing a lot of interesting revisionist stuff in like his historical fantasies now.
Yeah, historical fantasies. Yeah, that I loved Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. By the way,
Yeah, it's great.
that maybe I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it in a couple of years, but when I saw it, I was like, this might be my favorite Tarantino movie ever.
Yeah.
I just, because sometimes I find his pacing with his movies a little bit much.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wasn't huge into Inglorious Bastards because there's just a lot of time in that movie where people are
Yes.
talking about film.
It's very long.
Yeah, yeah, and it's very like, he's famous for his cafe scenes of people sitting down at a diner and talking or whatever, but
Yeah.
there's like 10 of those scenes in a row in that movie.
Yes.
And I know I have friends who will defend it and be like, no, it's great. And I was like, yeah, but have you actually, like, you have it on the background, I'm sure, but have you sat down and watched it straight through since you saw it the first time? And are you as gripped by all of those conversations? Because
Yeah.
every time there's so many scenes of like a German guy talking about the history of German film,
Mm-hmm.
and how it relates to his character, and I was like, this is just not for me. I was like, this is not.
It's a bomb with a really long fuse.
Yeah, and then the third act of the movie is a lot of fun, right?
Yeah,
It's like
it's a bomb with a really long fuse. And then, did I see? I could be wrong about this. Did I see that David Fincher is doing a Netflix series called The Continuing Adventures of Cliff Booth with Brad Pitt's character coming back?
I did not know about this at all.
I saw a poster for this, and I didn't know if it was real. Can anyone like in chat confirm if that's a thing? Because if that's a thing, David Fincher is like incredible. If that's a thing,
I mean,
then that's really awesome.
If they're gonna do like a kung fu style show, Kung Fu Legendary Journeys, about Cliff Booth, a stuntman getting into scrapes, I would watch that.
Yeah, if that's real, that's such a good idea. And like, what a perfect guy to direct it. But I hope it's real. We'll see.
Because David Fincher, I think, can capture some of Tarantino's energy, but also make it his own.
Yeah, because they're like buddies, and like I'm sure Tarantino, even if he retires after his 10th movie, I'm sure he's still gonna like he worked on Sin City. He wasn't the director, but he was like there. I'm sure he's still gonna be involved with projects.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
I'm just bummed we'll never get to see, because Paramount is dumb. We'll never get to see the Tarantino Star Trek movie he wanted to make.
I just want to know what the script is.
Well, I'm sure you can easily picture the type of movie he would want to make of Star Trek.
Yeah, I want to see it very badly.
Like, he probably would do it all on film. He would probably have a nice retro look of the original Star Trek show. You can see him capturing that, and I was like, just do it. And
be great.
Whichever studio had it at the time, I think maybe it was Paramount. I know it's Paramount now, but they wanted to like make it fit with their current series of movies that people don't.
They were trying to make their own MCU. Yeah, everything must have fit.
And like, imagine having to bring Tarantino into a board meeting and explaining how your alternate universe works, and like watching the interest slowly fade from his like blank moon face. It's not.
Yeah, no.
It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea.
It is real. It's true. They're making a Cliff Booth movie. David Fincher is.
Oh, it's a movie. Okay.
It's a movie for Netflix. Okay, cool. I'm so down to watch that.
The Continuing Adventures of Cliff Booth.
That's rad. What a weird, fun idea.
Yeah, why not? I mean, like, he's a great character. I like him a lot. Yeah, I mean, so the ending of that, I really like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I just feel like I suspected the ending would be something really wild because the movie's building up, in a certain way.
Yeah.
And I liked this little peek into Tarantino's, like, his personal sense of justice.
Yep.
Where he's like, because I think most people agree, anyone who knows about it, is that was really when Hollywood became what it is now, or not what it is now, but that's when it like lost its innocence, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Was those murders. And like, I could see anybody who's into film and film history like lamenting what happened that day. I mean, it's horrible no matter who you are. It's just one of those things where it's also like the town, the place, the LA never recovered from that horrible thing, So like, him just being like, you know what, this is how I wish it happened. And then just
Yeah.
doing that, and it's like, oh cool, I'm glad you're just having fun now and just doing whatever you want.
Do you think Django's a perfect movie? I'm trying to think of what. I think Kill Bill's a perfect movie. I'm trying to think of his other stuff. Django's pretty damn good. It's a pretty.
I don't
damn
think
good
it
script.
has really any flaws. I mean,
trying to
because
think if it
there's
has
no like.
flaws, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No,
please.
you're good. It's the delay on the thing. I'm just trying to think if it has any big flaws. Yeah, same as you.
There's no perfect movie, but there, like, you can't have the perfect movie, but there's definitely a perfect movie. You know,
Yeah.
no one movie can have everything, but you can have a movie that's perfect for what it's trying to do. And honestly, like Django Unchained and Kill Bill, for me, like they're just flawless. Like they're just so entertaining and satisfying, and by the time it's done, you're just like, it's I don't know, it makes you feel like, oh, I can really rely on this guy to give me something that I'm going to enjoy.
Because even like, I mean, Pulp Fiction's really good. I don't think it's in the top 3 for me.
Okay, what are your top 3?
I mean, Kill Bill and Django are 1 and 2. I don't know which one's 1 and which one's 2, but Kill Bill and Django are definitely 1 and 2. What would my third be? I guess Process of Elimination. It's probably not Inglourious Bastards. It's probably not Reservoir Dogs. It's probably not Jackie Brown.
Yeah,
the one everybody forgets. It might be Kill Bill Volume 2, but I kind of like calling them one movie. They do feel like one long movie when you watch them back to back.
Weren't they originally going to be one movie?
Yeah, they were. It might be Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I don't know. It might. I really like Hateful Eight, but it's super slow.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood would be what? In your top 3 or your top what?
It might be number 3. It's either that or Inglourious Bastards. I like Hateful Eight a lot, but it's man, you got to be in the right mood to watch Hateful Eight.
I've never seen it.
It's very long. It's very good. The performances are great, but it's also, by design, it's extremely slow. It's a whodunit trapped in a cabin. So you're in one location and you have to live with these characters for like 3 hours.
Yeah. I don't mind a movie being moving, so I'll give it a shot.
It's very good. Be in the right mood. Like, be like, like, wait for like a snow day. Wait for like a day where like you're also trapped inside, and like really settle in and watch it. The performances are great.
The last time I got really sick and did that, I watched Lords of Arabia, and it was freaking rad.
Great movie. That's a perfect movie, probably.
Yeah. That's my favorite movie of all time is Lords of Arabia.
It's a very good movie.
It's just insanely. Every time you watch it, there's something new to appreciate about it. I mean, the screenwriting is just incredible.
Also a great episode of History Buffs, which is a great YouTube series.
Oh, History Buffs is awesome. Do you ever see the one they did on Kingdom of Heaven?
Oh yeah, many times. I've watched all those many times. Yeah.
YouTube, the algorithm is scary smart, because it looked at my preferences and it started sending me stuff for this show. I think it's called Forged in Fire.
Okay.
And it's like a reality show, like Great British Bake Off type thing, except that they're all trying to forge the best medieval weapons in their garages.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
And like, me and Malka, we came back from a dinner and we were both tipsy, and I just like had a couple of beers and just watched it. And I was like, this is like exactly what I want to watch after 2 beers. It's just
the algorithm has seen you.
Yeah.
It has judged you well.
Yeah, it's like the eyes of God are upon you now, and it knows what you want. Yeah, it's hilarious. It's like these guys, standing in front of a tribunal of sword critics, being like, Dan, you had a really good sword in terms of the hilt, but your steel on the blade was really lacking, bro.
Your pommel wasn't balanced, my man. I got a dock points for an unbalanced pommel.
That's literally how they do it, yeah. And then they test it out by striking a dummy that's modeled after a human body. You can see all the blood and viscera.
Oh my god! Like that old YouTube channel where the guy would, the big guy with the mustache would like hit pigs hanging from chains with claymores. I don't know what I forget what that channel was called, but those videos were so fucking funny. The montages of him.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I forgot that guy's name. What
He
was his
looked like
name?
fucking. He looked like Stavros from Cumtown. If anyone's listening, the comedian Stavros. But he just had a. He would swing swords at like giant hanging pieces of meat. Oh my god, so
Really,
fucking funny.
not even sure you could do that now without, like, that might be a violation
It
of,
might
like, because
be,
it's just
yeah.
a viscera.
The fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the other thing I always forget until I watch that episode of History Buffs is that fucking Baldwin is supposed to be like 22. I'm like, oh, because in my mind, like behind the mask and his grandiose performance and like the way he speaks and you know, what does he say? Like what's the line he gives? Like, now I know I won't live to see 26 or something.
He says, "I shall not live to see 30."
No, yeah, I'm like, oh, he's supposed to be like a really young dude. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, what a great man. Who's the
That's the same.
Who's the actor?
That's Ed Norton. Edward
Baldwin
Norton.
is Edward Norton?
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
When you watch it again, you're going to be able to hear it in his voice. You're like, oh shit, that's Ed Norton. He's doing a pretty good British accent.
What a weird pull. I thought it was Jeremy Irons for a minute, and then I was like, no, he's
Oh.
too young. I'm like, who the fuck
Well,
is
Jeremy
this?
Irons is in it, but he plays someone else.
I know. I was like, did they put a mask on him and make him play Baldwin too? I'm like, who has? And then I was like, it's not John Malkovich. I'm like, who the fuck has a voice like this?
Yeah, because it's kind of like a really. I thought it was a great choice because his voice sounds very elegant, very like light and elegant. You know, it's not
Yeah.
like there's all these hard men, and then it's like the king has an almost childlike, boyish, like
Right. But it's
Oh, hello
also
there.
it's a great effect because especially in the scenes when everyone's yelling at each other and freaking out, the king speaks in whispers and everybody shuts the fuck up and listen. And you're
Yeah.
like, oh, that's actually makes him seem more powerful.
Yeah.
It's really really cool how they do that.
Yeah, it's very effective. And then the one scene where he finally like kind of loses it on somebody is when he's beating the crap out of what's the name of that actor?
Oh yeah.
He's like the big guy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
He just starts slapping him around and he makes him kiss his bloody hand that's covered in leprosy. It's great. But yeah, no, I really because you best believe I looked that up the minute I saw the movie. I was like, who is this guy?
Edward Norton. Wow.
Yeah.
I never
He
would
has
have
that.
guessed.
In my opinion, he has the best scenes in the movie.
Yeah.
Baldwin. He's one of those characters that, like, if it wasn't for him, I think I might have fallen off in the second act of the movie because once Liam Neeson is gone and you're stuck with Orlando Bloom, there's like a significant drop off in the on-screen presence.
Baldwin is the iconic performance of that movie. Not just for the
Yeah.
visuals. It's the best part of that movie.
Yeah, no, also just what a great character, what a great
Yeah.
story. Like this idea that he was like this great king, and then it was just like the luck of the draw that he has leprosy and that he's going to die young, and he knows it. So he's trying to make things stable before he goes, even though he's only 22. He's really wise, and yeah, no, that movie. I think okay, this is going to sound really mean and ungenerous, but like I feel like the weakest link in that movie might be Orlando Bloom.
Oh, for sure. It's not even an I think. He's the weakest link, for sure.
Yeah.
Orlando Bloom really struck gold with Lord of the Rings, and
Yeah.
he did fine as Legolas. I even in Lord of the Rings, I think he's the weakest part of the movie.
Yeah.
Orlando Bloom, I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's a very nice guy. Not a great actor. Never thought he was a great actor. Legolas in the books is not what Orlando Bloom is at all. I'm pretty sure Legolas has black hair even in the books because he comes from Mirkwood and he's supposed to blend in with the dark trees. Could be wrong.
Which is funny because Orlando Bloom actually naturally is dark-eyed and dark-haired.
Yeah,
Watch
I
the
don't.
movie.
I could be wrong about that, but I remember the artwork in the old Tolkien calendar my mom had when I was a kid. Legolas was always portrayed with dark hair, and yeah, I don't know. He's played for laughs in those movies with his like over the top crazy stuff. Like the only scene, I think I've talked to you about this before. There's one scene where his acting is incredible, and it's the best scene he has in the entire trilogy, and he says nothing.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to know exactly what scene it is.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, I would say it's surrounding the Mines of Moria, right? There's two different parts to it. When he first sees the Balrog, or when he knows it's coming, and you see the terror in his eyes, and secondly, when he suspects that Gandalf has died, or he thinks he has, you see the pain in his eyes because he doesn't understand death.
It's the Balrog scene when Gandalf says it's a Balrog, and it cuts to Legolas. The look on Orlando Bloom's face is a look that I have never seen him capture in any other performance. it's a look of like he's the only person in the Fellowship who knows what that means because he's the only
Yeah.
one old enough to know what a Balrog is. No one else knows what that is, and the look on his face is so good. It's like, oh
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, and some of that though is the directing and the lighting, because if you look the way that Peter Jackson lights that scene, the glisten in his eyes is caught by the candle.
Yes.
And it's lit kind of upwardly, so the shadows are kind of like it's very like creep show the way it's lit.
It's fantastic, and he looks like he's a little kid. Somehow that
Yeah.
shot makes him look 10 years old.
Absolutely, yeah. He looks
Yeah.
like a little kid who's like looking into his closet and hears something.
That scene, I don't know what they did to capture that feeling of just dread from the most powerful member of the team is just like, oh, okay, like this is really really good. Like this is really good. But yeah.
But I would argue that, excuse me, in the following scene, when Gandalf has fallen into the thing and he's
Yeah.
fallen down with the Balrog, they have a quick shot of Legolas, and he's just like looking utterly confused and horrified because he's like not really used to people dying, and especially someone who's lived like 20,000 years like Gandalf.
I think he like looks down at his hand, and there's this weird sensation of like, what is grief? Like
He looks down. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Like he hasn't felt the feeling of grief in so long that he's just like, what is this? Like
He looks down at his hand, and then he looks to the side, like he kind of turns away, like he's trying to look for something, and it's just like, what the hell was that
Yeah.
even? And I like that a lot because it creates a sense of like where the elves are really vulnerable is that they live in a a sort of metaphysical space in their heads where things are generally pretty cool. Like they don't really have a lot of, because they're kind of innocent in a way. And seeing them be like, oh, what, like, how do I even deal with this? If is he really gone? What does that even mean? Like, how do I even,
Yeah, it's really really good, and it's the two scenes where he says no words, which is unfortunate, but it's the best acting he does in the whole trilogy.
Well, they trimmed down a lot of Legolas's dialogue for those movies, and I suspect it might have been because they recognized Orlando Bloom was a pretty face. I don't know.
Yeah.
It does feel like that he was cast because he's very good looking,
I mean, that's essentially what it is, and he's not. I mean, what's his name? John Rhys Davies, who plays Gimli. Like, what an actor! Like, every line is iconic. There's not a single line he says that isn't quotable.
Yep.
It's shocking how good he is, but yeah.
Yeah, he's also, come on, perfect casting.
Yeah, the best. So good.
It's amazing. You remember in the special features when John Rhys Davies is talking about that once they completed his makeup, he would then go back through all this because it takes hours for him to become Gimli. So then at the end of it, he would walk back through the makeup shop to all the different people he saw and show them the end result because he wanted them to see what they did.
So dope.
Like, what a class act.
What a classy guy. I know.
Yeah. It's really cool. And he talks about Peter Jackson, and he has this great moment in that. It's funny, like seeing like old school actors versus younger guys, and how he's a part of that old Hollywood thing of like you're always kind of on, you're always being the most charming version of yourself you can be.
Yeah.
So he's talking about Peter Jackson, and he's like, well, he never lost his temper. He never he was tired. He was overworked. He was always cordial. He was always very patient. And we had our good days and our bad days, but generally Peter just ticked away at the pages, and we all worked in security and knowing that we were making a masterpiece.
It's so good.
People like this don't exist anymore.
No, it's a different thing. Him and Ian McKellen are like just from a different era of human.
And when I think about how they dug him up to put him in the last Indiana Jones movie, I'm so glad I didn't see it.
I know. Doesn't even look like himself. At first I was like, oh, is that like another of Indy's friends? And like, oh. Ooh.
He lost a lot of weight, right? Wasn't that it?
Yeah,
Also that
he didn't look like himself.
I suspect, I know after Lord of the Rings came out, he dropped a lot of weight, probably intentionally. But,
yeah, probably.
But you know what I would have loved? This is my pitch for the last Indiana Jones movie that they could have made. If you have to make one, which I still don't think they should have.
Let's hear it.
But I would have liked to have seen one that is not an action adventure movie, and it's just about him traveling and meeting up with people from the other movies and just kind of like, I don't know, reflecting on his life and maybe having a bit of comedy, and not necessarily putting him in the center of like more Nazis and stuff.
Well, supposedly the best Indiana Jones movie in 20 years is the video game that just came out. supposedly the performances and the story are fantastic, which
I
is
heard it was good.
shocking. It's like, but because I thought that was going to be like DOA, I thought that was not going to work. And yeah, I haven't played it yet. It's on PlayStation now, so I might. But
Yeah, we got that
excited.
too.
But it's a good idea though. The Indiana Jones just kind of Indiana Jones and the Long Goodbye.
Yeah. In the long goodbye.
Ba.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't see the movie, and I think it was. I mean, do you see Red Letter Media? What they had said about it? I thought that they were
Yeah.
really spot on. They said like he's not really a character. He's like an
No.
icon. An
He's a
icon.
hat.
So you don't.
He's a hat and a whip. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to see him age because he's
No.
not. He's not designed to change. Like he doesn't have a character arc. He's an icon that you just put in situations and you watch him have an adventure. But
Yeah.
like he doesn't really grow, and that's fine.
The best thing they could do is find some great young actor and just do young Indiana Jones if they have to keep the IP alive and just make it before the Harrison Ford days. But you could also just let it go and make a new thing.
Yeah, it would be nice, but we're probably never getting another new thing again. It's just
Yeah.
going to be sequel and remakes until you and I grab our chests and die in the toilet.
Well,
like that guy from
what's crazy is I don't know, in 10 years the CGI, like the young Indiana Jones, the de-aged Harrison Ford they do in that movie is almost perfect. The only thing that really gives away the game is that he's doing the voice and you can tell he's a little older in the voice performance. But
yeah,
like,
sure.
in another 10 years, they might, I mean, depending on the contracts they've signed with these actors, you might be getting new Indiana Jones movies with fucking 1985 Harrison Ford again. I don't know, but
Can you imagine? I don't know. I don't want to live in that world.
I don't either,
wanna
but I
see-
think it's inevitable. I don't like we're going to get another 100 years of Darth Vader voice performances by the now dead James Earl Jones. It's going to happen. They're going to AI that voice. They have a contract to do it.
Oh God! It makes me
Yeah.
think of Angel. That episode where remember one of the lawyers and he kills him, and then later on he comes across him in the elevator, and
I've
he
never
has-
seen Angel.
Really?
I've seen some
Okay.
Buffy. I haven't seen any Angel.
Okay, I'm going to describe this arc to you.
Please do.
And it's great. So, in Angel, it's based in L.A. and it's the Buffy spinoff. And for anyone who doesn't know, Angel is like a superhero vampire in L.A. who has a private investigator agency where it's kind of like Constantine, where he like looks, he tries to help people with supernatural threats in his city, and he keeps it a secret that he's actually a vampire, so he can use super strength, whatever, blah blah blah. One of the enemies he faces, the main villain of that show, is a law firm called Wolfram and Hart. And if anyone's not catching the joke, it's the wolf, the ram, and the hart. And it's like a joke that they keep expanding on, and it's great. This idea that they're all like lawyers being evil or whatever, and they're like Hollywood lawyer agent types, but they all work for like respective demons in hell that they like have to report to. And so there's scenes where they'll like move through Wolfram and Hart, the law firm, when they're like trying to plan evil things, and they're all using like really dumb corporate lawyer speak, and in the background you'll just see like a 7-foot guy with like hooves and horns walking around.
That's so good.
And so there's in the second season, Angel really kind of declares war on them, where he's like, I'm gonna really go after them. So he at some point he kind of starts to bend his morality and get like really messed up, and he goes to one of their cocktail parties and he locks them in with a bunch of vampires who are also his enemies, but he's like, let them kill each other. These vampires kill all these lawyers. And so he then the whole point of that season is he's like, he's declared war on them so that he can basically have an opportunity to go and face the quote unquote senior partners, which are just giant like Lovecraft demons in hell.
Great.
And so he like kills his way through the law firm and gets to the elevator. That's the elevator that goes to the home office where the senior partners are, which is just an elevator that goes down to hell. And he gets in the elevator, and like through the cracks in the elevator you can see like the red light of like them descending into the underworld.
This is sounding
And
fantastic.
it's really fun. And there's a lawyer in the elevator who is one of the guys he killed, and it's like he has like the like in Beetlejuice where you can see how he died, like the neck slit.
Yeah.
And he's like, I killed you, you're dead. And he's like, oh yes, but my contract isn't up, so I still have to work for them. And it's this great scene where it ends up being really beautifully dramatic. Yes, Gross Girl. It takes place after Buffy. This is like 2 seasons after Buffy ended, and we kind of switched. Or no, actually, no. Buffy might have been happening at the same time because they went to different networks. But so he's like going to the home office, and he's like, Angel's like, you're not gonna win. Like that's why I'm doing this. I'm gonna kill all these evil things. And the guy's like, we don't care about winning. Like you think we give a shit about winning? Like every time one of you does one fucked up thing, like we win. Like we don't care. But there's no. He has this great speech where he's like, "There's no big apocalyptic battle coming, because we don't need that. Like we get power from just people being shitty every day." And so finally, the elevators open, and the home office that they go to, where Hell supposedly is, it's just back on the street where he left.
Oh.
And it's like, the goal of these guys isn't to have like the big, Tolkienian battle between good and evil. They're just like, well, no, every day we win a little bit because there's homeless people and drug addicts and people that are suffering. And it's like, and then Angel just walks out of the elevator and like his whole world is crushed because he realizes he's never going to get to like, face the devil in one-on-one combat. It's just like, and then it changes the course of the series where he's like, oh, we just have to help people in little ways every day, and that's how we fight the war.
And then he broods.
Yeah, and then he spends a lot of time looking out the window while it rains, wearing a turtleneck.
I have a Buffy question for you because I fell off in season 2.
Okay.
Who the fuck? I have a theory. I'll tell you my theory. You tell me if I'm right.
Yes.
In Buffy, I watched the first season. I watched like 3 episodes of the second season. Fell off. There's like an evil vampire lord who's like comically evil, and he looks like Nosferatu, and he's like, "Oh, I live underground in the Slayer." Ooh. And the whole time he's got like a little kid in like a fucking raincoat with him, and he's like, "I want to be evil too someday, my friend." Blah, blah, blah. And they never really explain who the kid is. Is that supposed to be like Buffy's little brother who she thinks is dead, but it's gonna be like the one vampire she can't kill or something because it's her brother she lost traumatically?
No, that's an interesting theory. No, they so that little kid is called the Anointed.
Okay.
And the whole idea was that the vampires have their own Messiah prophecy.
Oh, okay.
So like he's the vampire Christ, where they kept saying like a child shall lead you, and basically he's a little kid that gets turned into a vampire when he's young, which is like a cardinal rule that you try not to do that.
Right.
And so now he's like the voice of God to them, and so the master, the one you see with the looks like Nosferatu, he's like. His whole thing is like, this kid is now going to be in charge of us, and I want to teach him about our world because he'll have ideas through his, it's almost like his innocence is actually a form of pure evil, because when you take that and you invert it into evil, it's like he has no restraint.
Right. Little kid pulling things off of flies kind of thing.
Yeah. And so like, oh, he's going to be our leader, but then it's great because, the character Spike, I'm sure you've seen him. He's in season 2.
Did I see him?
Blonde guy who looks like Billy Idol.
No, I don't think I did. I fell off real fast.
He's like a renegade vampire who comes into town and just kills everybody, including the Anointed, and then he just takes over, and then the series goes in a different direction. It's really funny. He's just like,
okay.
It's really fun. He like puts the kid in a cage, and he throws the cage outside, and the kid just burns in the daylight, and he's like, oh, that kid was boring. Like I'm in charge now. He's like, yeah, but that's I
can tell you the exact episode I stopped watching. They do weird science, but they're like killing popular girls and like to like make a girlfriend for his like dumb jock brother who's a football player that died. And I'm like, hilarious. Oh, we're doing weird science with like the cheerleaders to like make a Bride of Frankenstein for a football jock that died. And I didn't watch anything after that.
That's understandable. That's probably one of their sillier episodes. I actually feel like it would have been better if they made it more comedic, but they really leaned into the drama.
I was like, oh, we're jumping the shark in season 2, episode 3. I was like, whoa, there's like 8 seasons of this. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, season 2 has some of the best like bad monster of the week stuff.
Okay.
Like
I
there's
really
also
loved. I think I told you I loved the one with the fucking, what was it, like hyena guy, the like white janitor guy who's like dresses up as like an African shaman at the end of the episode, and he's like, oh, you like wear hyenas or something. Oh my god!
And the fact that he's still like really monotone when he
and he's just wearing insane makake. I'm like, what are you doing? Yeah, I did post it. Yeah.
And then I remember I left a comment that was just the quote of him where like, are you mad that we figured out how to summon the hyena spirit even though you were trying for years? And he's like, yeah, it bothered me quite a bit.
Yeah. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, those episodes are gold.
There's a lot of those. There's like a lot of there's one where the swim team of the school starts turning into actual like Black Lagoon monster men.
Oh hell yeah!
And it's
Maybe
like
I'll
a-
get
it's
back. Maybe I'll get back into it.
Yeah, it's great. It's like a metaphor for steroids. You know, like they're all on in performance enhancing drugs to become the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It's really funny. It's got that great like late '90s like this is a very special episode of Buffy about a serious thing. But yeah,
We have to talk about it, guys. It's becoming mermen. We have to talk about it. It's sweeping the nation. It's very funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Go ahead.
sorry, you have to go, right?
Yeah, in a minute I do. Yeah. What's going
Okay,
on?
I don't want to.
Finish.
I was gonna say you. It's hard to say if you watched Buffy and Angel now, if you would love it or think it was ridiculous. But you might also love it, even the bad episodes. I don't know.
I don't know.
feel like
Season 1 of Buffy was like so bad it's good. It was like really, really, really funny to me. But
the
yeah,
production value improves as the show goes on.
I love the episode where they're like, what if the hot witch lady fell in love with the dorky librarian guy? Like, ooh. Like, it's like all the tropes are here. It's just great.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, they put their little like late '90s spin on it.
Yeah.
That's how they.
Oh, man. Well, it's a pleasure talking to you. I got to run to the gym now.
Go for it, man. I'm so glad you made time for it. I really appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, man. Always good catching up with you. We'll do it again soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
Have fun.
buddy. Take care.
Good, brother.
Bye. Folks, stream hath ended. Farewell, I love you.